Meow. Meow. Hello, 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 and welcome to another One Lion of Code. I am One Lion. Whoa, did you see the lightning? Hello, Thindle. Thank you so much for the raid. I was indeed lurking on your channel. And of course, it was either that I'm starting at the same time that I've started every other Monday and Wednesday, or it's that I tried to get on before you ended your stream so that you could raid me. I'll let you decide. Oh man, look at that lightning. This looks like New York. Let's find out what city we are looking over. Chicago! I bet you we could see Nerd Herder's house from here. Chicago in July of this year. Ooh, and there's a tornado siren going off. This looks dangerous. Catch me. It's July 2024 in Chicago. Anyway, let's get started because I have a lot to do still. I only implemented the one method. Must have moved. Great. I have no idea what files got changed, updated, etc. Oh, yeah, I guess for everyone coming in that doesn't know me, I am One Lion. I'm a .NET developer streaming my part of my day job. And right now we're working on a data import utility, and I'm doing the part that is specific to our use case, even though the data import utility library we worked on is standalone. I'm going to open source that. This library here is using it for our specific use case of importing a lab results file into our database. So that's where we're at. On Monday, I got to the point where we got fast endpoints hooked up. If I recall correctly, and I probably don't recall, Grumpy is probably somewhere close around there too. Ah, awesome. So yeah, we set up these fast endpoints. I did rename it a little bit. I'm gonna go ahead and do it as a static class with a whole bunch of internal, or not internal, but nested classes so that I can organize this more the way that I'm used to organizing things, which is this is almost like a controller and these are actions in that controller. Since all of these are going to essentially be dumb controllers, they're just going to forward the request to the service. So that's what that is. This should never ever be the case. So I don't know if TBD could claim that I'm writing code that is lying to us, because if we're using the authorize attribute, at least throughout all of my apps, I'm guaranteeing that the user on the HTTP context will have an identity. The user context will be there, again, specifically for our applications, because I'm not doing these requests via RPC or WebSockets or some other way that doesn't have a HTTP context. All of the calls to this fast endpoint are going to be with a HTTP context. Hello Guacamole. Scott says, why fast endpoints? I've heard a lot of it, but I don't know it. I don't know it either. I was going to set up minimal API for this library. So let me start here then. This is the library portion. It's not the full application. So this library comes with, this class library comes with the API endpoints if you choose to use, well, if I choose to use them, and I do because this one isn't going to be open sourced. So I am configuring the API endpoints here instead of in the application that it's going to live in, because it could live in RTrack, it could live in RMA chain of custody, it could live in RMA water, it could live in any of our applications. So unless and until we make that decision, actually it's only until I make the decision on where it's actually going to live, I'm going to have it self-contained, and you just take the entire library, plug it into the app, and now you have the endpoints with the UI in that application. So that's what all of this is. And hello, Dukasoft. But yeah, again, I was going to use minimal API, but TBD suggested fast endpoints. I tried it out. Pretty easy to set up. You include fast endpoints, and then you do the configuration of app.use or add fast endpoint. Sorry, services.add fast endpoints, app.use fast endpoints, and then I'm using SwaggerGen on that comes in the fast endpoints.swagger package as well, so that I have it, but only in debug, because I don't want to expose the API in production. At least not directly. Okay, so what I did end up doing was I implemented the actual server-side method for doing the upsert. That's what we were working on before. This thing only had the to do implement this method and then a console write line or debug write line or something that let me know that this got hit when we used the UI to do this. And right after I made this method, I'm like, I need to write a test for this. I should have written a test for it to begin with, but I didn't. So what I spent the majority of yesterday doing, and this morning, well, majority of yesterday was implementing this. Excuse me. But this morning was definitely only trying to get the test set up. And of course, this is the first test that I'm writing for this library, which means that I need to do all of the initial setup, which of course means mocking the DB context. And not really mocking the DB context, but finding a way to get the DB context to work with my methods. mocking as little of it as I can, because I'm not testing that my database queries work. Although that was the very first thing I ran into when I was testing this, was a link query, link expression could not be interpreted into a SQL query because I have the compatibility 120 thing set up, and my database is too old a version to allow for JSON array, I think it's called. So that took me a minute to remember how to fix that. But let me at least show what the application currently does that is beyond what the data file import utility did. Sample .NET watch. Hopefully it opens in this browser window. This is what I'm going to try using for, actually it's over here right now, which means that the app is going to open on this browser tab, or browser session. I am going to use entity framework core.testing.mock. This one. Which is supposed to allow me to use in-memory DB. Anybody need a washed up .NET developer? Heck, I'll even put my hand to Blazor. I do. I could use one. If only I could pay you. Like, seriously, I would hire you if I could pay you. But I can't pay you, and I don't expect you to work for free. Okay. So I know that there's this other library called mock.entityFramework core or something like that, but that one seemed a little bit harder to set up. And this one will allow me to use in-memory DB as my database provider, but give me functionality for relational SQL type thing. I'm testing my idea. Maybe my idea will work. What is your idea, Thindle? And is it going to derail me? Because, again, I'm needing to move forward to get this done. And if I can't get the DB mocked very easily, then I'm just going to move on without writing these tests. But so here's the app. Here's the functionality for upserting a template. Right now, I don't have a way to specify like the template name or anything like that, or a save. Don't think so. It's just screw application insights. Use OpenTelemetry with application insights as the presentation layer. I don't know about as the presentation layer. I don't really know what that would mean because I don't know what the OpenTelemetry UI looks like. Is it going to let me present my UI like this? Probably not. But I definitely want to add OpenTelemetry/App Insights. Oh, it doesn't have a UI. Just a way of sending data. Yeah, I'm definitely wanting to add that to all of the applications so that I could track, get more telemetry on the way that they are used. Yeah. Okay. So here's the app working. I selected a file. And it did some auto checking, I don't want to say auto mapping because that's a library in itself, but it did some automatic field comparison mapping. So it found a field called matrix and it associated it, or our destination field called matrix, and it found a field called matrix in the imported record. right there. So it said those two are probably going to be related to each other. So I did that for you. We're just going to have it copy the value directly over. Same thing with prep date, analysis date, all of those. And so if I push map fields, and we can see the preview of what it would generate as far as my destination object is concerned. And this is what we're going to eventually send to our database so that I can have the RTrack records check and COC check performed on it. But these are the records that are transformed from this to this. And of course, I'm going to have this be resizable, slide left and right, collapse left, collapse right kind of thing. Yeah. Okay, so the thing that I implemented was this save button, which again, what I'm anticipating it, or the way that I'm designing it in my head, is there's going to be a dialog that shows up and it says, here's the existing template that you've already loaded in a dropdown. And then here's a list of templates if you expand that dropdown for this file. And this file again is the unique set of column headers and data types. So this file has these user templates. These are created by you. These are public. If you have the ability to overwrite public ones, then you will have the option to select the public ones in this save as dialog. And you can also select ones that you've created and overwrite them. If they exist, it'll prompt you, do you want to overwrite? And otherwise, if you do create new, it'll have you type in a name for it, and that's it. So we hit save. It goes through the database. We don't see anything on screen because I didn't tell it to do anything on screen, but we can see that it gave us an error because data import is not a real database. I did this on the other machine as well, but I forgot to update my secrets. What's the name of this database? It's called data file import template. Is it called data file import template? Does anyone know? I need to open SQL Server Management Studio. Okay, last message from me about this. It doesn't have to be. You can keep talking about it. You are absolutely welcome to. This is a place where nerds are listening and watching and talking, and this kind of thing is interesting for nerds, I assume. Wish I could be one. Hello, Ninja Gloppy. Hope you're having a fantastic day so far. It is Wednesday. Wednesday. And what happens on Wednesdays? Same thing that happens on Tuesdays. All right, data file import template is the name of the database. I need to update my connection string and my user secrets, which is why you're staring at this wonderful washed out whatever this is called, browser window. Okay, all right, you win. Okay, secrets updated. Let's try relaunching the app and seeing if we get a database connection. Cool. And you can always share in our stream as well, or our Discord. You definitely know you have that space that you can use for non-TOS violating things. No, what are you erroring for now? Nobody said you can error. I'll talk more about it on my next stream. Just spent about almost 2 hours bashing my head against a wall and stream, throw everything out and use another solution. Blammo works instantly. And Scott says, I wonder what happened. See, like I said, he's very, very, very interested. Looks like the clickety clacks are clapping back. Yes, they are. Maybe. I'm not exactly sure I follow, but that's okay. Are you saying that the keyboard is smacking us back? Save. Still errors. Cannot open database, data import utility, because that's not the name of the database. Didn't I save my user cigarettes? What am I doing? Manage user cigarettes. Data file import template. It's the wrong connection string name. Forgot about that too. You are no longer called lab data import connection. You are called data file import template connection. Close my cigarettes. Back over here, and it needs me to rebuild and redeploy. Endel says to Scott, I know exactly what happened. Someone wanted Gizmo, so I had gremlins everywhere. Gizmo? The Mogwai? No, why do I have warnings? Don't give me warnings. Spindle and his, how many? 934? They're making a new one, a new Gremlins? That would be awesome. There. Success. Okay, so you can tell that the database did an error on us this time. It created some new records for us. I think that I do want this thing to use my Angie SQL. So here's what I'm gonna do. Since we aren't doing anything with the RTrack database, oh, but I have the authentication in there too. I wonder if I have accounts. We'll find out. I'm gonna change this to use my local DB, or my dev SQL server. But I need to apply migrations. And actually, I only need to do it for the data import template connection, so I think we'll be fine. So, right-click on my migrations, set a startup project, right-click, manage user cigarettes, duplicate this one, and change you to /Angie SQL. That's the database, trusted connection. Man, I don't know what's been going on lately, but my throat has been tickling at the start of stream. Probably doesn't help when I don't speak at all during the morning. I guess I say a few words to my wife, but I'm usually relatively quiet. Okay, can we update database? Update database, make sure it's using migrations for my DB context connection. Come on, come on, you can do it. But that's awesome. Thanks for letting me know, Napalm. I'm gonna keep my eyes out for it. I'd love to see a new Gremlins. Build failed? Oh. I was going to say you failed. It was me. The app was still running. Oh, no. No, there actually is suddenly an exception. Oh, because oh, man. No. The dependency, I'm guessing, for entity framework core.testing is telling me that I am using an iLogger version. Oh no, it's telling me that I'm using in-memory version 9. Oops. That is true. Thank you for letting me know. I need to be using the .NET 8 version, which I'm assuming, of course, that the in-memory DB versions are lined up with the .NET versions that they are for. This matches the other entity framework core stuff. Ooh, okay, will you build now? Yes. Okay. So back to update database so that I can get the database in my local SQL server. And there's an exception because trusted connection is not a real thing. What is it called? Trusted underscore connection, I think. Manage user cigarettes. Do I actually have the connection string in here? I do. But yes, it's trusted underscore connection. That was the error that I made instead of trusted space connection. I think it's integrated space security and then trusted underscore connection. And both of those, I think, mean the same thing. I could be wrong. I could be so wrong. All right, one more time. We got this. There we go. I thought it was integrated security SS SQL connection string integrated security. SSPI. That's the one that I would usually use if I was going to specify integrated security. I don't know why. It's just the one that I've been using forever. Forever, ever. And that's probably one of the worst reasons to continue doing a thing. Like if I didn't understand it from the beginning and it was just the thing that worked, it really doesn't make me feel good saying, I'm doing this because it's how I've done it all along. I'd rather have a valid, informed reason for continuing to use a mechanism. For myself, of course. Man, this song, oh my gosh. I love this music. But the old ways are the best ways. Didn't you say that this morning? Instead of SSPI, you can also use true. Oh, they're both the same. Okay. So that's why then. It was because integrated security was the way that I originally learned, and the setting on it was SSPI, which also means true, but that just means you're using Windows authentication. Speaking of, we need to set this as my startup app again in case we're going to do some debugging. But now we can look at the actual database right here. And so the thing that we're really going to be looking at them, well, I guess we're going to look at all of them. Maybe, can I do new query? I can. I'm going to grab the query from the other computer real quick, because I need two things from that computer. Blazor, Mr. Magoo, how's it going? It's been a while since I've seen you around, but I'm sure you've been around. I hope you're doing great. He says, I hope you've all seen Steve Sanderson's latest demo of real-time AI voice chat. I haven't yet. It's next level, but also basic. That's fantastic. I am planning on eventually adding RAG document lookup and natural language querying to DDMS. Amazon Web Services was quoting us some prices for how much it would be for all of our documents, and it's like 0.0015 cents per page for our scans. If you're just going to scan an OCR and index, it's 0.0015 cents per page, or I guess that would make it 0.15 cents per page. 0.15 cents per page. Oh yeah, you can definitely share links on this server or on this channel. Please do, please do. Thank you for asking permission, and you have blanket permission from in perpetuity until it is actually rescinded if you do something negative. But I trust you, Mr. Magoo. I was gonna say Mr. Blazor Magoo. I was saying something, but it doesn't matter. Give me this. Okay, so here are my queries for showing the database after we've made changes to it. And here are my queries for cleaning out the database whenever we want to reset from scratch. Easy. And it's only 2 to 3 minutes. Man, we're watching it now. Ow. Except that Steve's voice is really loud on Chrome. Firefox. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Steve Sanderson. It is his YouTube video. Whatever other attributions I need to give in order to not get banned. Pause the music.
Hi, I'm Steve, and I'll show you a way that real-time AI allows for an entirely new kind of UI experience. So here is a typical form, and I can just fill it out manually, obviously, but what if I could just say what I want and an AI would do whatever it is within this UI for me? So I would like to list a BMW 3 Series. It's from 2023 and it's done 16,000 miles. The tyres are all in good condition. Actually, no, the back ones need replacement. And as for the condition of this car, well, I would say the bodywork is pretty good. It's recently been resprayed. The interior is as new, except for a mark on the driver's seat. And it's got the top spec infotainment, which includes the holographic AI feature. Right, so that is a good way to fill out the form, but the real power here is that we've got an AI system that can just do whatever we can do within the scope of this UI, even if there's no code to support it. For example, these tyres, let's say I want to swap the front and back ones. Well, there's no code in the application to do that, but I can just say it. Actually, swap the front and back tyres for me. Cool, see, they just swapped over. Now let's update the description a little bit. So can you just make all of those condition notes sound cooler, as if they were written by a salesperson? Nice, that looks better. But make it a bit more energetic by putting all of the adjectives into all caps. Good. Next to each of those all caps words, put a suitable emoji. Nice. Can you also add about 3 more items based on what you think for this car model? Yeah, good stuff. Put all of those into alphabetical order for me. Cool. Can I just see what they look like in French? Yeah, that's good. Yeah, go on, put them in. Yes, that is very classy. But actually for our customers, let's go back to English. Yep, and can you prefix each of those with Roman numerals? So it's like I, and so on? Good. But actually I've just realised I only want to have 4 items, so can you just like summarise and condense it down to 4 things? Good. So that is clearly a massively easier way of editing, especially if the user was on a mobile or if they were working in a lab or outdoors or in a kitchen or while doing something else. So wouldn't people want all software to have these kinds of features?
Wow. Just wow. So yeah, I knew about the smart components. Oh, thank you, Bardaki. Dukasoft, Dukadaki, Bardaki Soft. Assume it's GPT-4o, so it's multilingual. Says God. Considering his accent, that gives me hope that it will make out what I'm saying. Was that your first time actually hearing Steve Sanderson? Godfather of Blazor. Voice recognition doesn't like me. It's like the classic NLP voice language conundrum, which is the phrase recognize speech, which a lot of natural language speech recognition software picks up as rec a nice beach. Yay. Okay. We need to put some data in the database now that I have pointed it to my local database. And then I'm going to burn through using the entity framework .test.mock NuGet package to mock my database so that this test, which I know works because it's working in the app, will pass. I also need to test the right thing, which is the number of times that add was called, the number of times that save was called. Again, we're not testing to make sure that the data is persisted in the database. We're not testing the database itself. We're testing the functionality of the code, making sure it got through all of the steps without hitting any exceptions. Yeah, I don't understand what that first one is. We'll take a closer look at that. If you couldn't tell, I did just refresh out of instinct because I was like, I don't want to see that. I assume it has to do with the pre-rendering plus the rendering after it. Okay, so here is saving, which will have persisted to our database. And now if I run this query, we can see that we now, oh, I guess I should have run it first and shown that the database was empty. So the first time we run it, what it's going to do is it's going to check our import file fields for a unique collection of fields, of columns for a given file. So right now we have only one file, which is this import file ID 1. It's this one right here. And these are all of the columns that we stored for that file. The reason I use that file is because that's going to be my source when I'm thinking about how to apply templates. Then the next thing is, here is my target type. So I'm also storing the individual target types so that I have their properties and information stored in one place. So I can see their unique set of fields for that target type. I'm getting the fully qualified name so that if I try to deserialize to that type, I can do so with the fully qualified name. And then for each property, get their name and type. Then these are the actual templates. So this is my user template that I created. It's called Hold Me. I could have sworn that we put in a Duca note for the description. Didn't we? I guess it doesn't really matter, but I mean, it's important, man. Yeah, we do have a description. I am not populating the description. That's no good. Good catch, Ducasoft. Prepare template record is where we would populate the name and description. Hello, description. You are that good. Okay, so what would happen if I was reusing the same GUID? Like if I retrieved and stored that GUID, we're gonna do it two ways first. I'm going to do the same save, but it's going to be a new user template because I'm not providing the GUID, which is the way that I would associate it with an existing template. But what should happen is that it will see an import file that has all of the fields like this. So we can get the import file record because we found, grouped by import file ID, all of the properties, the exact set of, I should say, of properties, field names with their data type hints. So if capitalization was different, then these would be two different files. Ew. I don't want to think about that. Let's move on. And so the way that it does that is, as we're looking for the associated file, we are comparing, here it is, we are comparing the hashes of the field name, pipe, I think pipe, or maybe dash, field name, type, field name dash, field type, pipe, and then for all of the fields, they're piped together, so they're sorted first by field name, then by field type. They're joined together using a pipe, and the thing that's joined together is the field name dash field type. I know. Big Gamey. Sorry, not Big Gamey. Grandpa Tolkien. Your name is the same color as Big Gamey's on my screen. I will one day implement heat map, but especially now that I've started to do my work product again, I kind of don't use time on that, but we could do it on a Friday stream when I'm working on my bot, allegedly. But anyway, I create a hash out of all of the field names. You're right, toList is not necessary. However, I did get a... Yeah, you're right. There was something that I didn't toList, and it gave me a green squiggly. and then I to-listed it, but then I changed a whole bunch of types. So all of these are now IEnumerables, and yeah. So anyway, you're right. We're doing it that way. Yeah. Okay. So anyway, I'm creating a hash of the column sets and saying if this column set matches this column set, then the import files are the same, which means that they have all of the same fields and field types together. I don't know what I was trying to save there. Oh, the SQL query. Man. So I have a tendency to hit Control-Shift-S, which in Visual Studio is save all. And since I have now this SQL query file open, it's going to prompt me to save every time. I don't want to do that. Actually, you know what? We're going to keep that as I can see you use chunky XML. Is that your primary form of documentation, or do you have a separate write-up for it? That is my primary form of documentation. No, wait. That's a hard question. The answer is yes to both. It's my primary form of documentation for the methods and to generate an API documentation. It is dev. I have this library here called documentation for the overall documentation for every single one of the apps that are maintained at this company, that I maintain by myself in case we ever have any new developers that come in. This is how to log into AWS. This is where all of the files are stored. This is the architecture for everything. And then for each individual application, well, this isn't a good example because I haven't written the documentation for this yet. A good example would be the Blazor Component Library. I have written a wiki that gives you information about how to use that particular repository and maintain it. Some of these aren't very safe to show. This one should be good. Yeah, so this one is okay, and then I only have one page for a lot of these. Interesting. Like this one would be pretty dangerous to show the bulk of it, but yeah. NSFW, exactly. Actually, NSFS, not safe for streaming. Because, you know, server names, internal architecture, all that fun stuff. Oh, but anyway, so yes, I write NSFP 45. I don't know what that is, but it's certified vacuum storage. Wait, is it? No, it's not. No idea what that stands for. But yeah, so not for sale P40. I still have no idea what that means. Okay, I'm gonna save this query into my migrations. Create a new folder called Queries. Query okay, that way when I push Control-Shift-S, it'll just save. Okay, so what we're going to see when I try to save this again is we're going to get a new user template, which is this one here, hopefully with the proper description, but we will not get any new import file fields, that user template will still get associated with the original file import template, because again, the file fields that I am specifying, that I'm providing with this request, is going to be matched in the database. And so it's going to be like, oh, it's this import file. And then your target type, since I'm going to provide the same target type, which is this RTrack upload model, it will look for all of the, not the mapping definitions, all of the fields in that target type, see if any of them have changed, and do any updates if needed. None of them will have had changed. So we should be good to go. So let's do the save real quick. And I had to refresh because I lost my top bar. I'm not exactly sure what happens with hot reload, but it either pushes my top bar behind, sorry, not my top bar, my dockable toolbar. It either pushes it behind the top bar, or it doesn't render it. It says you're missing something from your state that this depends on to be rendered, which is probably a selected file. All right, so I did hit save. We don't see anything on the screen, but we do see that it's saved again. And so if we run, and as mentioned, only one import file. We didn't get any new import fields. Otherwise, we would see duplicates. We didn't get any new target types, and we didn't get any new target mappable fields. Otherwise, we would see duplicates. And now we have a new, man, where's my description? I still missed the description somehow. We have a new user import template, ID 2, and that gets its own set of import fields, file mappings. And again, you can see that the mapping itself, I did end up changing it, or not changing it, serializing it as JSON. Is the description filled in the file itself? It is not. This is actually the description for the template, not the file. So when we push save, I'm going to have a dialog box open up where you can specify the file or the template name and a description for the template, which is optional. Kind of like you would expect. Duga might be null. True. A P45 is the reference code of the document titled Details of Employee Leaving Work. Aha. So ours is a different form number. Ours. Federal Service has a different form number for that. For the exit interview and separation document. A RPA. I can't remember what the separation number is. You're American. No wonder you didn't get my joke. I am Germanic American. Thank you very much. Exit interview. Yes. Grandpa Togian says, I'm British. Sprechen Sie Deutsch? Is that even German? I thought it was Sprechen Sie Deutsch. 999. 999. Oh, it's formal you. Yes. Yes, and we are definitely familiar enough that you don't have to be formal with me. Ever. Okay, so we did get our new one. Let's figure out what's going on. Oh, yeah. No, we wouldn't be able to test it. Let's figure out what's going on with our description real quick. I really do need to get this done though. Promise myself. Lab data service. Put a breakpoint here. Control C, and we'll find out what's going on with our user template. And it's actually going to be in here. Is it possible that I am not getting the description somehow? I'm sure that it's a possibility. So we're going to run it with the debugger attached. Oh, sehr gut. But no, I was born in Germany, but I have not done any German language related things for over 30 years. Can I say that? Over 25, definitely, maybe over 30 years. I don't know what that means, Thindle, and I don't really trust saying things that you type in other languages out loud, so I'll just let it be in chat. German must be written in all caps. I was born in Germany too. Have a lair. I don't know where that is. Excuse me, did you hit a breakpoint? You hit a breakpoint. Why is there a breakpoint here? Yes, the aggressive language of the gods. Says Grandpa Tolkien. President Not Sure says, I used to know you are a cabbage head in German, the last of the language handed down over the various generations. I know it in French, mon petit chou, but that's not really cabbage head. It's just my little cabbage. But close enough, right? Okay, let's find out what's going on with this description. So we see that I'm creating an upsert template request. Je parle un po. Oh, I don't know how to pronounce that one. Po? Pew? Pew. Francais. I don't speak it very much at all. Excuse me, why can't I get... Thank you. I was actually trying to look at the request object. Okay, so we do have a description populated in the object. If we go to the... Ah, dang it. I meant to step in so we can get to the client side, but whatever. We made it here, and here is our template request, and our template request has a description. And we are not, we're getting this with tracking on the DB context object on the entity. So when I do updates here, they should be applying to the underlying entity. And so now we have, oh, yep, that's in the wrong order. I see. Did you guys see it? I saw it. All right, have a safe trip picking up your daughter. So the thing that I'm doing is I'm updating the template object that was found from the database or a new one before assigning it to the oh my gosh, how do I get to this thing? Assigning it to the upload records template. Control F11. Come on, brain. How do we get back here? We were supposed to do this one. Thank you. Yeah, so here I am updating the file import template. Wait, that doesn't make sense. No, that does make sense. This is the file import template, not the user import template. Oh my gosh, why did I name these things like this? So what am I doing with that? I am getting the template here. Totally don't get that. So is it also possible no, that really doesn't make sense because I am creating a new record. So it's not even, oh, I'm creating a new record, which is here. Yeah, so I'm adding that new record here. So why then is the description not populated? Since we know we're going down the route of creating a new record, why do I keep going to target type? Why are you the one that has the breakpoint on you? This is going to be null because there are no templates with the passed in GUID. So that's number one. Number two, is that we get a new import user import template with a GUID and a created user every time. Oh, and I guess I should do that too. And x dot, that way you can only modify your own. Template request dot created by. Oh geez. Oh my gosh. So finicky. Couldn't just apply. So we're creating a new user import template, and then I'm setting the name and description for it, and the file import template, the associated file import template. So this is the one where it says, what are your import fields and do they match? Do we have an existing import file with those fields? If so, let's create that. If not, let's make a new one. And we know that that definitely works. And then we return that here. And then we keep doing stuff to the template request. We do the field mappings, associate the field mappings with that template request record, updating existing ones, removing ones that are no longer in the field mappings that were provided, adding new ones that were in the field mappings provided but not in the database. So that's what this does. And then if it's a new record, we do the add here. So really we need to check this here to see if description is on template to use. Otherwise, if it's not, we need to figure out where it's getting lost. Yeah? My chat disconnected? Why would you disconnect, chat? I don't know what parlay is. Parlay is the borrowed word to mean to have a discussion, I'm pretty sure. Which is borrowed from, it could actually be borrowed from Latin, and then it's borrowed in French as parlay. Often used when a pirate and/or ship captain wants to give up. Not necessarily give up, just have a discussion. Okay. So once again, our template request.description is populated. So by the time we get to the return, and I need to kind of do this quickly because it is over a HTTP connection to an API, so it'll time out after 90 seconds, and then we'll get a cancellation token issue and blah, blah, blah. So anyway, description is there. So then we make it back here, and our template to use has a description field populated as we're adding it. And so when we save and commit and return the new GUID, then the database record for our user import should have a description. Oh, yes. It was just that the new records I didn't re-query for. Oh my gosh. As TBD said this morning, I shouldn't have hit myself in the face that hard. That hurt. Meeting in 25, need food. I'll be listening, but not at keyboard. Well, thank you so much for your energies here, your lurkage. All right, so anyway, I fixed the thing where it wasn't populating the description. Now, let's grab one of these so that we can try an update. And I'm manually doing this from the GUI. And I'm saying that we're going to have an ID, which again would only be the GUID. And this is a new GUID using this string. Wait, it's just a string. It's not an actual GUID. Really? No, it's a GUID. Oh, comma. I could also do GUID.parse, I think. I don't know which way is faster, but it doesn't matter because this code isn't staying. We'll get the GUID from the record if, like, the workflow is going to be the user selects a template. Did you see my top bar disappear again? The user selects a template, or let's say it this way. User picks a file while this thing is not doing anything. Are you good? User picks a file. Am I still at a breakpoint or something? No, let's just restart. It'll be fine. And this is the next method that we're going to write as soon as I get the test, or as soon as I try implementing the entity framework.test.mock documentation to try to mock my database. Just remember me, okay? Stay logged in. The thing that surprised me is that the remember me checkbox works out of the box. It actually persists my login. It's crazy. Okay, so if user picks a file, the file is read. I now have my list of import fields and their types, queries the database for all template, or for the import file that has all of those. If it doesn't exist, it creates a new one. Then looks for all templates, existing user templates that use that import file record or ID, and then sends that information back to the client. The client says, I have some import templates that have already been created, And of course, it's filtered out by user or public if I have a public flag eventually, but for now by user. Then you will have the option to select from that template for your mappings instead of needing to create your mappings every time. So this is the case where a user template existed and we have loaded it and we're using that user template, and now we're updating it. So let's actually do some kind of update. And the way that we have what database object it's associated with is by the GUID of that record. No. Let's find out if it actually disappears or... Yeah, the actual dockable toolbar went away. That's so weird. No. Just go. And thank you so much for the follow. Wait, that was a raid. That was Anna again. You are so kind to us. Thank you so very much for the raid. As always, you are free to raid and run if you need or want or anything. There's no obligations ever, but thank you so much for the raid. We just finished figuring out a small issue. Yep, absolutely. Enjoy your classes. I hope you have fun. If you have not seen Anna's Dev, check her out. She does a lot of .NET cool stuff. I wrote down the description somewhere, but everything .NET related. I heard that you were working on I was lurking on your channel, of course, but I heard that you were using fast endpoints and doing some stuff with fast endpoints. I'm currently doing stuff with fast endpoints myself. That is what I decided to go with, thanks to motivation from TBD Gamer. Absolutely appreciate the lurk too. But yeah. And I hope you never feel like I'm also pushing you away faster than you're wanting to go. You're always welcome to share whatever you are doing, but I also want you to know that I will not be offended if you just don't have time to or just don't feel like it. Sure are a lot of windows open. Yeah, I'm going to move this over to this screen because that's what we're going to be doing next. So for those of you that are coming in from Anna's stream and you don't know who I am One Lion. I am a .NET developer who is streaming parts of my day job, and yeah, I'm working on a library for being able to import any XLSX or CSV file and turn it into a C# object. And that library is already written. I'm going to open source it as soon as I'm done deploying this feature for my actual work product. But the way that I'm using it here is I'm using that data import utility to map a selected file to what's called an RTrack upload model, or an upload RTrack model, or something like that. RTrack upload model. And RTrack is our system that we use for when labs analyze soil and water samples that we send to them. They input the results of those analyses, and that's what this set of data is. It's just that we now have multiple labs doing that for us, and they send us back records in whatever format, as long as it is, rows of data. So either with or without a header. But you get rows of data, but we don't know what columns are going to be coming in, and we don't know how those columns associate with our object that we're expecting to be able to do the analyses on, do the record checks, do the lookups in our other databases, and then eventually send it into our final database. So that's what we're using it for. That's how we're using it. The bulk of the functionality of the core library of the data import utility is all of this UI here, with none of the database persistence nor the actual target type. You get to specify what the target type is at development time. So what I'm doing now is testing the functionality for updating an existing record by providing the GUID for an existing record. And here's where we're going to find out if it actually finds that existing record. So I am the creator of that record, so it needs to match both the GUID and the created by the creator. And the answer is it has an ID, and it's an ID of 1. And I think that's the record that I chose. So it does have, oh, sorry, no, it has an ID of 4. So it did find it. That's perfect. Okay, so if I let it run through, we're not getting any UI stuff because that part's not written yet. I'm doing all of the backend stuff. And then we query the database again. And apparently today is a data kind of day. I usually say data, and then I inconsistently say data and data when I try to say data more often. But I like to appease everyone at the same time. Anyway, if we look at that upload, well, first of all, let's inspect this. We shouldn't have gotten any new import file records. There are no duplicates. We shouldn't have gotten a new import file, which is this. What about datum? True, since data is plural, I do say datum on occasion and criterion on occasion when I am speaking about one datum or one criterion. For the target type, we should not have gotten any new fields because we didn't modify the target type. And finally, for our description for record 4, it should say Dukasoft was here again. We got an updated record. And then no, ooh, I wonder. Hopefully we didn't get any new, what are these called? Field mappings. What we're looking for is all of the field mappings for user import template ID 4. Control Shift E, Control Shift R, Control Shift E. All right, there are no duplicates. And I'm looking at this here, this target type mappable fields. There are no duplicates, which is telling me that it did not duplicate any of the field mappings either. What it should have done, if it did anything at all, is update the actual field mapping JSON definition. So that works. Okay, now that that's out of the way, let's get the entity framework DB context mocked for our tests. Yeah, let's do these one at a time. Oh, wait. Don't do that. Added queries or tables. Okay, and then this one was not you. This one was updated user import template field property settings. All right, and then this one was updated NuGet version number. Hello, Tricky Lady. How are you? I've seen you around on TBD stream. I hope you're having a great day. And if you aren't, that is okay too. If you aren't, then we have some channels on Discord that you could talk to us about it on. I have a personality, well, it's called personality, which is kind of misleading, but it's everything to do with just being aware of your current mental health. I just noticed that a lot of the times in TVD's channel, you aren't feeling great. And I don't want you to not feel great. I want you to feel fantastic. But that's selfish of me. But that's just me anyway. Okay. Tests. So in the test, I need a way to, and if anyone does have any better ideas than using in-memory database or entity framework core.testing.mock to mock the DB context, I will listen, and if it doesn't seem like it would take too much efforting, then I will try it. But right now I am going the direction of trying this package, this NuGet package. Do you still stream, Tricky Lady? Tricky Lady? I don't really, oh, you don't? Oh. I don't really watch game streams, but I know a lot of people do. So I wanted to give you a shout out if you still streamed. Okay. So when I'm creating my DB context, I should be doing this. Here's my create DB context and create DB context async. Oh, right. I'm sorry. Here's my create DB context, create mock DB context, which I want to put. Oh, I was going to put this in my helpers. The best NSS dev. True. So true. She's already gone to class, or she's lurking somewhere in the background, but probably already went to class. Database helpers. Create database context. Yes. Yeah, so what I'm going to do instead of create mock DB context here inside of my mocked DB context factory, so that's another difficult one. There is a time when you should mock, I don't know, maybe I should, mock something like the DB context factory and mock and create a mock, I don't know how to say that. Use a library like mock to just mock the DB context factory, to mock an interface or an abstract class. But because there are certain things that I need to be able to control while I'm doing the tests, instead I created my own mock of it by implementing IDB context factory myself. Did that mean anything at all? Tricky Lady says, I was getting bullied too much on Twitch. No, that's stupid. And in combination with real life events, couldn't handle streaming anymore. I definitely understand. Well, you are very welcome here. Hopefully no one around here is a bully to you. That's just BS. That's yeah. I try to make this, I try to encourage our community to uplift each other instead of try to pull each other down. It's not necessary to do stuff like that. Database helpers. Create database context. And I want to specify the DB context options. Tricky Lady says, straight to the loony bin with me. But after I got out of the therapy center, I did somewhat better, but it didn't restart streaming. It may be good to stay not streaming for a bit. Don't know. Totally something you could evaluate. But I think it might be healthier for a little while, at least, to stay away from streaming, because you do really open yourself up when you are streaming for all types of energies coming at you and don't really get to choose them. Yeah. I see. Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to create one of these with a db context options data file import template context, and this is going to be called options, which is not going to be nullable. And what we're going to do here, create our context. Actually, oh man, I'm going to do create mock db context. Oh, this has to be create mock db context because I want to send back the mock db. So this is going to be a mock of, I think it's going to be a mock of. We're going to fill this in a second, but var context equals create mock database context context.option.object.database.ensure. So this is where I'm having the most issues, is whenever I'm trying to access this database facade. All types of energy.filter coffee.thanks. Yeah. You do expose yourself to all types of energy, but at the same time, not all of it is catalyst related energy. Cool. I don't think this is supposed to be a mock. Yes. You do like to do that when I am in the middle of trying to figure a thing out. I mean, when else is a better time to do it? I did jump, by the way, so hopefully you don't feel gypped. Which means that I can make this nullable. But I really do want to get this done. So I apologize if I am in INTJ mode and focusing and not really responding physically to things. Cool. Good. Yes. And then you're going to be create db context. Oh. Yeah, just this. So because I use DB Context Factory, that does make making test libraries a little bit more convoluted, a little bit more difficult. All right, we get rid of that. And we're going to put you there. And there is no underscore options, but there is an options. And I have a options up there. Okay. And now I'm going in way too many directions. Create mock DB context. You are still going to be a mock of. I'm trying to explain what I'm doing, but I don't really know fully the direction that I'm going. I'm kind of just seeing a thing, changing a thing, which is not necessarily a good approach. This is another instance where I am going to just move this down here, return this. All right, so here's what I think I'm doing. I am setting up the mock of the DB context and providing a couple ways for myself, for anyone who's writing tests for this, to create a new context, a new DB context, or to be able to access that DB context through the injected DB context factory. So on my lab data server service, I am expecting a DB context factory, and then that is used here. One of the issues is that there is no begin transaction on in-memory database. Another issue is that the database facade, there is no parameterless constructor for database facade when I'm trying to do something like ensure created or something. So I don't really care about ensure created, to be honest. Let's get rid of that. So here's where I am telling it to do, if we ask for a begin transaction on this database object with a potential cancellation token, always just return my mocked database transaction. And then that mock database transaction has a commit, rollback, commit async, and rollback async. Because those are the only things that I would use throughout my code that I would need to test or to ignore if those things get called. Okay, so what is this saying that we need to do? We need a logger. And no, not a beer. I don't drink beer. Blech. So instead of this line here, our mock context is actually going to be mocker.create db context for, or create dot what? Create dot and then this comes from that new library that I'm trying to use. And it looks like we don't need the logger because I'm not asking for a logger in my test DB context or in my specific DB context. I'm only asking for the options. Good. And that gives me what back? So again, I'm reading this. Both of the above automatically create and use Microsoft in-memory instance if you want more control to specify the EF core provider instance, for example. Oh, okay. So there is going to be... No, that doesn't make sense. This is the builder, and then this is pretty much .build. So this should have given me back a mock of testDB context. But instead it gave me back the actual DB context itself. So for mock, why are you doing two things? So we're creating the mock DB context. They're using so many technologies that I have no idea what they are. Like fixture, for example. I know that that's a library and that's some kind of pattern that you use for testing, but I don't know how to use that. But they just kind of assume you know what fixture is here. Yeah, auto fixture. So essentially, if I wanted to wrap the DB context that I created up here, so that I can do things like add records to the database or seed the database or override my save changes or whatever, then I would need to do this step. So if I wanted to return the mock of, then what I actually need to do then oops. Ah, let go. Is this. It's just creating a fake test entity, so substitute you creating that somehow. If that's what it does, maybe I want to use auto fixture because that sounds like a something that I want to do. I want to be able to automatically generate test data. That's meaningless in the context of if I look at it, it's gibberish, but it doesn't matter what the contents are. The only thing that really matters. Dude. That didn't do what I thought I was supposed to do. Where's my actual mock stuff? You say you support mock. Create DB context for. If you need the mock itself, do mock.get. Oh man. I can read. If I could only read. There. Good grief. So right, and it can be meaningful in the context of the test, for example, in use with mock. You can say, make sure this field equals whatever fake value it came up with. Exactly. Yeah. So I'll write that down as something that I will add to my testing library. Add to testing auto fixture. And hopefully it's not too difficult to understand how to hook it up and get it to generate sample data, because right now this is what my sample data looks like. And there I go, reverted back to data. Here are the import files that I want to see the database with sometimes. So for some tests, I want it to be seeded with import files. Sometimes I want mappable fields to be seeded into the database. It takes a little bit of tinkering to get up and going, but not much. It can be used simply, yeah. And I think this one, because of my relationships in the database, so for example, a target type has many target type mappable fields. An import file has many import fields, kind of thing. I don't know how good it would do with seeding the database for me as much as just creating sample data that might be coming in from the application, which would be much more useful for me. Okay, so let's find out what is erroring in the test. So here's my test on the method for, and this is more like an integration test for the most part, because it's the entire upload field mapping, upsert field mapping is what I meant to say. Upsert field mapping template test. So here's my upsert record that we're sending, and I don't exactly know why you're out here. Oh, because I'm using you in 2 places. Got it. So there's my upsert request, and then here is my test. This is my SUT, my service under test, which is just a new lab data service with the in-memory DB context factory that I mocked. And I learned about this null logger factory. So if you ever have a class that you're trying to test that takes an iLogger factory as a dependency injection, you can put in a null logger factory. It's super easy. Okay, so I'm just gonna let it run without debug. So right now it should be building. And once it's done building, it'll try to run. Oh my guy. Did build fail? No, build succeeded, but it didn't actually run the test. I mean, it's trying to run the test, it looks like. Okay, there it goes. Okay, so we did fail, and we failed. So one thing that I do with my API responses is I put them inside of this response model. And in my response model, I have error messages. And so what I am using as my test is that the request did not error. And if it did error, then output the response messages. And so the response messages that we got this time are: an error occurred while attempting to upsert the field mapping template. Cannot instantiate proxy of class database facade. And that's from mock, I believe. Yeah. So the thing that I've been trying to figure out so, I guess I should show that too. In the stack trace, it shows that the error is happening on the begin transaction line, so line 43. Actually, no, it's on the create DB context. Interesting. Is that some private or non-virtual thing that it's choking on? I don't know. So it is part of DB context. Let me in. Why won't you let me go into DB context? Okay, so in DB context, there is this database facade property, and that property and that is what I'm mocking. So I'll show you that setup real quick if you happen to be paying attention. It is public virtual, so that means that it can be overwritten. But here is my in-memory database context factory. So my lab data helper service is expecting an IDB context factory of my DB context. And so what I did is I made a class that implements IDB context factory of my DB context. And on create DB async, I told it to create DB context, which is give me the mock database context that we just set up using the entity framework.test.mock library. Ensure created, and then return that context. And so that's what this should get back, the actual DB context. So if I put a breakpoint here, actually, just put it here. And then we'll step into create mock DB context. And we'll see that it is doing what it should be doing. It's gonna go away. The exact mock error is test explorer. I'll put it in Notepad so we can see it better. Oh man. Copy. I can't pull out a new Notepad document, can I? I didn't think so. Pay no mind to the... No, I can't do that. Let me do it this way. Let's pull this one out. This one's safe enough. Okay. Here's the actual error. Cannot instantiate proxy of a class. And its database facade. Could not find a parameterless constructor. And it's like, I don't really want you to. But I'm sure it's because I'm telling this thing to configure the begin transaction on the DB context. So inside of here, Crapteen, if Code Lion is struggling with mocking, how am I supposed to not? Hi everyone, hope you're doing great, Crapteen. I'm struggling because I don't really, I don't have very much experience doing tests. This is probably the 5th time that I'm doing the test stuff. And Rain Dance is here. Oh man, hi Rain Dance. I guess the other thing that I could do... No, I can't do that. So here's where I'm telling it to mock the database.begin transaction. Have you shared dynamic proxy gen 2 in the project file? I have no idea what that is, so most likely not. Unless it comes with mock. Like the actual error message is talking about dynamic proxy, so I'm assuming that it does. I am using the latest version of mock. I don't really want to go too far into that because there is a lot to it, but so I added mock. My service uses IDB context factory, so I created a class for my IDB context factory, implemented the create_db context and create_db context async so that they use a mocked DB context. That mocked DB context is coming from another library called entityframework.test.mock. So entityframeworkcore.testing.mock is what is restoring a lot of my DB context functionality, since I am opting to use in-memory DB for my testing. Yeah. Oh, absolutely. Certainly. And it was easy to set up, pretty straightforward, somewhat confusing a little bit, but it's this one line if you're just doing it in a very simplistic way to mock your DB context. So mock DB context for name of your DB context, provide the options. The options are essentially use in-memory database with some random database name. And then to get the actual mock context itself, mock.get, and then you do the setup for anything that you want to set up. However, maybe with that library, I don't need to override the database.begin transaction async. So let's give that a shot. Let's just see what happens if I don't try to mock begin transaction. I'm strictly against mocking DB context, prime example. I'm okay with that. I'm 100% okay with not mocking DB context. What approach should I take? Because I need some way to be able to test this method here, upsert field mapping template, which has await DB context factory dot create DB context. And it has await DB context or await context dot database dot begin transaction, and it has all of the dot add, all of the dot commit, all of the dot save changes. And I couldn't care less about the functionality of save changes async or add async. I'm not testing those things. I'm testing that this thing hits the save changes once. It hits add X number of times if I'm expecting it to hit add X number of times. Yeah, so in-memory database works great for a lot of things, but it doesn't allow for transactions, which is why I'm trying to tell it to mock this database.begin transaction. And then on the transaction object itself to mock the commit. Try adding this to your data layer. I can definitely try it. It's just that this whole internals visible too, wouldn't that need to be on the actual DB context, the underlying DB context? SQLite within memory and web application factory is exceptionally awesome, says Dunk Goats, and thank you so much for the follow. I do have names turned off, or I don't display the names when you do follow somewhere up there, but you are definitely welcome to say hi if you feel like it, but there is no obligation to. I don't want to make you feel obligated to speak out. Maybe you just want to lurk and hang out with us, which is absolutely okay. Okay, so let's see if in my data layer, if I add an item group, is this really the syntax for the inside of this? But yeah, let's go ahead and run this without debug first. There we go. So we got further. Required properties created user are missing for the instance of user import template. Perfect. So my user import template needs a created by test user works for me. But that was, I don't think that that was because of this. So I'm going to prove that real quick and I'll show what I actually did. But I will keep it there because it sounds like it may have other implications that will allow me to override things that I need to be able to override. I keep doing this because I think that I'm getting a work message. The icon for my mail, for my work email, is the same as the icon for my junk mail Yahoo account. It's kind of annoying. So just to show what I actually did that I think helped was I removed the mocking of the database.begin transaction. And I think that now that I added the entity framework core.testing.mock, it's giving me that functionality back in my in-memory database because that's what this library is intended for. So it adds relational support to in-memory database by mocking relational operations. It's easy to use. So I'm assuming that begin transaction is one of those operations that it restores. And there we go. Yes. Okay, so now I need to test the right things. Yeah, and I'm not even actually mocking transactions. Let me just verify that one real quick. Yep, cool. So that library is pretty powerful. If you're using in-memory database for your testing, the entity framework core.testing.mock library that I linked seems pretty helpful. If I started with this, I wouldn't have had to go through the process of trying to figure out how to mock just about everything else. I still wonder about mocking the DB context factory, but it's working the way it is, so I'm gonna leave it that way. It is an acceptable way to mock DB context factory, I know that much, but it's pretty much you create your own implementation of IDB context factory. For test purposes, at least. So, set up mocking. What all changed in you guys? Oh wait, that's the test. This is the CS proj, right? Which is actually no longer changed. But it's still saying that there are changes, but there are no changes. Money. On stage. So it's choking on the part that uses whatever you provide from the factory. It was, yes. It would still show, white space changes do show up here. Yeah, -0 +0. Set up mocking using Entity framework for testing. Okay, Raindance is saying if it uses in memory in that lib, then not all possible queries for other providers could run with no problems. So their claim is that they mock all of the functionality you would get for your default relational database provider. So it's specific to relational database providers. So that could be MySQL, that could be SQL Server. Postgres, I think, is a relational database. Could be that. And then anything that in-memory database already supports, then it lets the in-memory database perform the actions natively. At least that's what I understand from this blurb right here. Oh, I mean this small blurb actually. So it says Microsoft does not recommend mocking a DB context, and Entity Framework Core.testing follows this advice by sending operations supported by the in-memory database provider to the in-memory database provider. So anything that in-memory database already does without erroring, you get, but anything that you would normally do with your SQL Server database provider will be mocked, or that functionality will be restored. So there we go. So we're good. That cleans us up quite a bit. Makes us nice and easy. So what should I be testing for a function? Again, this is more like an integration test or an end-to-end test where I'm doing prepare template record, upsert target type, upsert field mappings, and then saving to the database. The things that I think that I'm trying to check are how many times was save changes called, and that should be once, and how many times was add called, and that should be, provided I know the record that I'm passing in, it should be twice, I think. So Raindan says, okay, so sounds great. So I think it's great to unit test other functionality, but use test containers with provider for testing DB calls only. Yes, I think. Like what I'm really wanting to test, to be honest, is, or what I'm really wanting to do is unit test each of these individual methods. So for example, get or create template or import file from the DB context. One, if there is no file, then I want it to make it here. Two, if there is a matching file, oh geez, I need to go all the way down to here first. So first do this, and this will check to see if there are any matching import files. And if there aren't any matching import files, then it will eventually return null. Yeah. Right, I'm not defaulting to new. So I need two tests on this one. One is what happens if the database is empty. Maybe three tests. I don't know. See, this is where I go too far with testing. Maybe I'm testing way too much. One is there are no records. So what I would do is I would mock the, I don't know what I would mock. The toList async, maybe? I would mock the toList async so that it will always return empty set. Then I will mock the toList async in another test so that it will return a set of records that doesn't have a matching field. And then I will, or a matching import file. And then I will mock toList async to return a set of records that does have an import file that matches. So let's write that. So in this case, I'm not even trying to hit the database. I do need to provide a DB context, but I am mocking the DB context calls on iQueryable. From what I could tell, you don't actually assert on the data that gets, so President Not Sure is saying, I thought you'd use in-memory DB to write test data, then assert on that test data, but maybe you're already doing that, and this is beyond that. Like for the integration test like this, where it's testing the entire functionality of the upsert process, that's kind of what I was thinking I should do. But what I think I'm supposed to do is, because I'm only testing the C# method and not the data itself, I just need to make sure that save was called, for example. And if save was called exactly once, so assert dot, I don't remember what that is. Yeah, again, here, verify. I don't really know very much about anything ever. So this DB context mock dot verify save changes was called exactly once. Add range was called exactly once. Yeah, for this entity specifically. So I'm not really testing that the data was added correctly, just that the code in that function that I am testing, in that method that I'm testing, was reached. And because of the way that I wrote this, it would not be reachable if there was an exception. The save would not be reachable. Or yeah, in these cases, the dot add would not be reachable if that field already exists in my target types. What is up with this formatting? What happened here? But yeah, again, I really don't know what all I should be testing for these methods. I tried to write it in a way that I could drill as far down as this one unit of work, which is to find the matching import file. But then right above it is get or create import file, which is 2 units of work. But if I've already tested this one individually, then the remainder of the logic is 1 unit of work. And then same thing with this one up here, prepare template record, 2 units of work. So this is unit 1, this is unit 2, which this thing had 2 units of work, so it's 3 units of work. But this is already tested, and this is already tested, so I'm really only testing this one functionality up here. Excuse me. Which wouldn't I mock get or create import file? Yes. Okay, we got that. We are going to abstract up upsert template request. There's an issue with that. There's an issue with that. These methods here are extension methods. I think you're bumping up against the reasons why it's easier to test abstractions that you make yourself that encapsulate implementation details like DB context. Yukasoft says, I managed to walk 9 kilometers, 5.6 miles today. Resulted in a 44-minute video so far. Still editing. Awesome. That's exciting, Dukasoft. Again, if you want to do the whole consistency thing, I understand if you want to just keep collecting videos and then have a month's worth of videos or something. But I'm excited. That's really cool. Hey, a work email. A work email. Guys? Guys? I have some news. I have some news, guys. I am going to be yes. Let me see this. I'm going to be with my client for another year. Yes. Yes. Awesome. I just got my contract renewed. So that means we're going to be doing this for a while. I hope you're enjoying the content because, yeah, you're going to see RMA apps all the time. Okay, now that has broken my brain. Yes, thank you, Kazaa. Perfect. President not sure how to point, saying, I think you're bumping up against the reasons why it's easier to test abstractions that you make yourself than to encapsulate implementation details like DB context. So this is why people use repository patterns. But I mean, in the end, like even if I made a repository, which again, I'm using Entity Framework's native, yes, it is. Entity Framework's just the structure of Entity Framework as my repository. I still need to eventually test the methods that include accessing the DB context. Whoa. I was like, what is that sound effect? Oh, it's my lemmings. Thank you so much. Nice. Thank you, Dukasoft. Appreciate the bits. Oh, so now that that's set up, I kind of just want to drop the tests and be like, all right, let's move on. I think there are differing opinions on how deep to unit test. Yeah, so like right now, I do have a mocked DB context that I have access to in my tests. So what that means is that I can ignore any errors that would arise from the DB context because I'm not testing my database. I'm only testing the methods. And like here, I'm only testing all of this logic here. So for this test in particular, what I would do is in my DB context, I would mock my user import templates DB set so that it will always contain a certain data set. I don't even have to see the database, but if I wanted to, I could just use my in-memory DB to see the database. Yeah, but here I wouldn't be. If I mock the user import templates DB set, this thing here, then I wouldn't be testing the database connection. I wouldn't be testing the persistent storage of the database. I would just tell it every time you do .user import templates, always give back a list of these records. And then I would ignore the .includes because I know that my function would also have access to the .file import template navigation property. But the thing that I would want to be able to mock is this method here, get or create import file, so that when I'm testing this method, this thing never errors. Because I don't want that to be part of my tests. This is a potential point of failure. Yeah, so this is where the extension method on my UI sides, on my client sides request model. Not the database at all. This is all what the client sends to the API. So anyway, 420 Capo is asking, where am I from? Both of my parents are from Puerto Rico. I was born in Germany, but I was raised mostly in America. So that makes me a German-Ric American. My accent is from most likely living in Midwestern areas or boiling pot type locations. So on military installations, in cities where they didn't have thick other dialects of English that you find throughout the US, like in New Orleans or the Bronx or Texas, Wisconsin, Minnesota. It's mostly Midwestern. Okay, so Dr. Cox says, yep, unit testing where a DB context is a no-no. In my opinion, time to refactor to move DB context out of the logic. That doesn't make any sense though, because no matter what I do, I'm going to eventually hit the DB context to get the data needed for this method. So I'm going to eventually test that. So like what I'm really starting to get to at this point is, where did I put those notes? I have notes here. So essentially what you are encouraging me to do, Dr. Cox, is to make a repository that is a completely different service essentially. Can you go back in there? Thank you. Yeah, okay. Maybe. So here's the thing. I have this method here called find matching import file. The only thing that this does is it takes it takes the list of fields that were specified during the import process. So I don't have it running. There is a K in there. Oh, you are advocating for repository. Then what do you mean by, yeah. Give me a couple more, if you can. If I don't want to make you keep typing if you're done typing. I really don't want to obligate you to keep going if you don't want to. But if you feel like it, give me some more information on what you mean by take out the DB context from these methods. Like, one thing that I can think of is turning this into a method. But no matter what I do, that method is going to need the DB context. Even if I put it in the database itself, in the, like if I had what would amount to be stored procedures in the DB context library here that had .get find matching fields, what this is called. And President Not Sure is saying maybe meaning to abstract the DB context behind a thin abstraction. Yes, hi Master Rat. So my DB context only has my DB sets and of course the configurations for them. And that's it. That's the only thing that's in my DB context. I do agree with you, President Not Sure, where these extension methods might need to be not extension methods. And they need to be like what I was about to do when you said abstractions was go to my upsert template request and make an interface, which I guess you can do using the refactor tool. And then in this interface, I would have the methods for all what I'm using my extension methods for. So Dr. Cox is saying, what I mean is pass in the data normally fetched by the DB context into your logic. You can then test the logic with unit tests, as there is simply data in, data out. Yes, I agree with that. That said, when I am doing that for, here's a process that we can look at directly. I'm going to find out what this error says. Yeah, not sure. Here's a process that we can talk about. Oh man, what are you doing? Did I stop the app or something? There's a null reference exception on one of the components is trying to render. I really don't know what I was doing. Okay, the process is this. I am, thank you. I am picking a CSV and I'm using Excel data reader to turn that CSV into a data set with one data table. And that data table has the first row, which is the header, and then the rest of the data. And then I'm displaying that data set as a table in HTML. The first process that uses the database at this point would be find an existing record called an import file in the database that has all of these fields associated with it. So if we look at the database itself, then we see these two here, that an import file has this list of fields that have the name of the field and the data type. And so the process is query the database for all of these fields, query this specific table for all of these field data type combinations, group them by import file ID, and then compare the full sets of fields found. And if they match exactly, so the fields I'm looking for and the fields that are stored in the database, then I know that this import file record is the one that I want to associate with this import process. Then, using that import table, find out if there are any user templates. So these, any user templates that use that import file ID. And of course, are for the current user. And if there are, then the API would return back to the user, here are all of the templates with all of the field mappings and all of that stuff. So all of this stuff over here would get populated based off of what the database says you previously used with this format of file. So you can see that I'm not using the file name because the file name could change, but I'm using the file structure, the shape of the data. So how would I write my methods in such a way that for that first thing, yeah, explain it like in 5 minutes. How would I write a method granular enough that says the thing that I'm getting in is this list of fields with their types, and the thing that I'm getting out is a database record of data, or an entity from the database. Oh, explain it like I'm 5. You're okay. Thank you, Crapteen. I know what you meant. I was just in the middle of trying to understand the thing. I appreciate you, though. I think specifically that your extension methods in your otherwise consuming code would be extension methods on your DB context or whatever you call your abstraction. Cool. I can, well, I mean, yes. I still wouldn't be able to mock those, would I? I would be able to mock those. Right now they are on the request, but do they take a DB context for all of them? I think you're onto something. They're called database helpers or something. They're called upsert helpers. This one takes a context. This one takes a context. Context, context, context. Not a context. Not a context. So pretty much anything that does take a DB context should be an extension method on the DB context. If that makes sense. I'm going to do that. On my abstraction DB context. But I mean, in this case, like, because I have already started going forward with the DB context mock, then I can picture how in mock, I can just say, setup DB context.upsert field mappings, and then returns whatever I want it to return. And okay, all right, hold on. Master Rat is asking, are we talking about a repository layer here? Not necessarily. Yeah, President, not sure. Not even that necessarily, just an abstraction over DB context. So instead of being my specific data file import template context, this would just be my underlying abstract DB context. You are abstract, right? No, you're not abstract. I totally thought this was abstract. But I mean, like, there are tools out there for mocking the DB context for me, and I don't even have to worry about the data itself persisting in the data store. But step one, I really do like the idea of I keep losing it of changing this over to be an extension method on the DB context for all of these. But at the same time, there's still logic inside of this that I would want to test. Is there? I mean, I'm not... To be honest, I thought that I had unlocked myself as soon as we were able to get that test to work. And then we started having a conversation about the right way to put the test together. And I'm listening, and I want to do it in a maintainable way so that when I start adding methods, because I'm about to add a new method for looking up the templates, for example. So giving me the list of user templates for a given file. So I want to write a test for that method on my lab data service. I apologize. I really didn't mean to say right. I meant a better way or a different approach than the one that I'm taking that makes more sense to more people. That is best business practices. Yeah. But I greatly appreciate it, and these are fantastic suggestions. Extension methods on upsert template request with DB context could be upsert could be on the DB context so that the mocked context can be set up to return expected results. Okay. Yeah, I definitely wasn't, I used the wrong terminology, and I do appreciate that you're just giving me a way that you think would be easier to approach this. And you are trying to be helpful, and I appreciate that a lot. But President Not Sure said, I just don't want you to think we're telling you the right way to do, and then I'm wrong. Yeah, I appreciate that. TBD Gamer says, if you're ever paying attention enough to my stream, I'll happily share my opinions on this. And of course, there's Friday streams as well. You're supposed to watch the streamers? Never, Dukasoft. Never. Totally optional. So yes, what I will do on Thursday is rework my extension methods and my upsert template request in a way that makes it easier to test. So abstracting my upsert template request, since there's a lot of logic that happens on the template request itself object. And a lot of that logic I want to ignore when I'm testing higher up and higher up. So this first test that we created is an integration test in essence. as I mentioned before, for the upsert process. But I want to get this more granular to be for example, the very specific method of find matching import file. Because there's some business logic in here, like the way that I'm combining the field names and then turning that into a hash, and then comparing the hash of that with the field names that we get back from a database record, which is this here, which again, this part here would all be mocked. So the .toList async would give me back a list of import file fields, or a list of import file field that I'm expecting it to give me on iQueryable of imported file field. So where is that method? Oh, where in that method is context used? Only here. So this logic here is look at the import file fields table and find any records that match the list of field dash type name. So you can visualize it. That is this table here. Wait, are these import files? I already forgot. Import file fields. So that's these two here. So imagine that the thing that I'm looking up is a list of field name dash data type name in the database. So I create that list from the upsert file list, and then I say from that list of strings dot contains this dash this. Give me back all records where that happens. And that's my candidate fields. Oh, right. And the reason that this is two separate lines, by the way, is because I was having an issue with not being able to convert this to LINQ or to SQL because it was trying to do the JSON, open JSON version of the SQL query. And then this import field names needed to, this is where it needed to be two listed, because otherwise it was trying to do this string concat inside of here. And as you know, LINQ has a terrible time using interpolated strings. I don't like using the concatenation, but this isn't going to happen very often. It's not going to be a performance issue, blah, 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 blah. All of that fun stuff. So anyway, this doesn't need to be there. This could be here. This could be this. This could be this. This could be this. But yeah, this is the only place in this method that the DB context is used. So this could be extracted to its own method that I don't test. And this method could be dbcontext.getMatchingFields. Right? And then that is the thing that I have as my abstraction that just gets ignored in this method. And then if I can do that at this level, well, I guess there's still one more level down, which is unit testing all of my get field set hashes, but I don't think those really need to be tested. I'm just providing an IEnumerable of objects and then combining them in a specific way and then outputting UTF-8 bytes as SHA-256 hash data. Yeah, the type of that context is your abstraction. And for me right now, this is my mock DB context. So I can tell it, if you do toList async, give me back whatever I want it to give back. That's where I could also have it do the await context dot get matching fields. Pickasoft said, most of what TBD does is way over my head, but it's still interesting to see the professional work stuff being done. I'm mostly a hobbyist dev. And then TBD said, that's cool. It goes over my head too. Mine too. But yeah, so maybe split. Yeah, and again, like every time that I try to write this down and say it to myself, it just sounds like I'm trying to make a repository. So if I'm going to extract this method out of the context, then I'm going to create a method on DB context that does this one specific query. And if I do that everywhere that I'm doing any kind of query, then I'm just making a repository where I call all of these methods, which is fine. It's just I would prefer not to remake my DB context as a repository. But maybe it makes sense to do now that I am trying to do testing. And this is especially difficult for me because I do want to get this done today. I want to get it done 2 months ago, but I know that I also will suffer if I rush through too many things and if I skip too many things and if I, you know how it goes. Oh, so what am I going to do? What am I going to do? I'm going to do a quick commit for this, for whatever these changes are. And Copilot's going to tell me what the changes are, and I'm going to accept whatever it tells me without reviewing. Or I'm like, EF is already a repository layer, many argue. You don't need another one. But in this case, for testability, like this query here is a unique method or function of my DB context. So that I could, in my abstraction of my DB context, have a method that will return a list of imported file fields. And then when I do test, I can fake that. I can just say whenever we try to get that method, instead always return this value or the list that I'm looking for, that I'm expecting. Because again, I'm not trying to test the database itself, the persistent storage of the database. I'm just trying to test the functionality of matching a list of import record field descriptors to a list of import file fields. I missed the start, but I'm sure you can test what you need without it. Yeah, it's kind of like Unit of Work, which is a library also that I've heard of, no idea how to use. Yeah, exactly, that. That's what President Not Sure, I think, is encouraging me to do. And Dr. Cox, too. Dr. Cox just says, if there's a DB context anywhere in your methods, you're probably doing it wrong. That's kind of what I got. I'm probably wrong about that. But If there's a DB context in any of the methods you're testing, that's not what you should be testing. I think, maybe. And you can definitely fix me if I'm wrong. Unit of work is a design pattern, kind of like what DB context already does for you. Unit of work, not what it looked like. So yeah, unit testing. I write integration tests. Well, yeah, and again, naming things. So this here, this one test that I wrote, the only test that I've written so far, and we're like 3 hours into the stream, is an integration test. It's make sure that the upsert field mapping template method works. It doesn't give us an exception when we give it valid input. I know that the name of it says should create new template, but I'm not actually checking the data store to see if the user import template exists or not. Maybe you could even implement IDB context, then for the extension methods only interact. And again, that was one of the options that I came across. So the same way that here I am implementing in-memory DB context factory, the problem is that I would need to specify the mock for all of the DB sets. And that's where I'm running the risk of mocking the DB context. Or yeah, of pretty much re-implementing DB context. So instead, I'm using that third-party library to give me a mock of the DB context that works with mock unit tests. Or just mock testing, not necessarily unit tests. I mean, possibly, but again, I would need to mock and implement those. So right now, here's my one line for mocking the DB context. And then here is my, the way that I'm getting a DB context factory. I'm just creating a new in-memory DB context factory and implementing the methods for create DB context to get my DB context, mock DB context. Yeah, I'm gonna try writing the the next method for this. My UI layer is my server uses it. My server side, my API. So here's how I structure my apps typically. I have one service. If I have a client server type of situation, I have one one service interface. And so this is the thing that I'm testing. The server side implementation of this is the thing that I'm testing right now, or trying to test. Then on the client side, I implement that using HTTP client doing API calls. So I'm not really going to be testing my client side methods to make sure that it does the post as JSON or whatnot, because I'm just going to be mocking the HTTP client's post to always return success or fail. And like the only thing that would benefit is that my try catch works in this method. Not really worth doing, in my opinion. But then the server-side implementation is the one that does all of the database talking and stuff. The real business logic work. I am going to get rid of these because they aren't implemented, and I should have a copy of them in my interface because I do want to bring those back. But right now they don't matter. The thing that I want to write and test next is that give me all of the possible user import templates for the file that I just provided. So I'm always using a response model as my return object. This is abstracted as well to an iResponse model. So if I ever needed to test my response model, what does my service do if my response model returned an error? Then I could mock that out and I could say, if you try to get the list of error messages, it always returns this list of error messages kind of situation. Or if I wanted to get a specific object type, I could do that. Okay, so this is going to give me a response model of user import template of list of, no, what am I trying to get back? I need a new view model or DTO or something. Again, the terminology does trip me up, and it is kind of frustrating that there are terminologies for things like DTOs, regular models, view models, and they do mean different things, but to me they're interchangeable. Probably a bad idea. So here I would like a, because like this in particular, I'm returning it from the API, which is only ever going to be used in this service library. It's part of the service library, and the UI will only use the service library to call the API. It will never do a HTTP request on its own to these API endpoints. It'll be exposed in everything, but at that point you can make your own model to handle the response. As long as it follows the same shape as what the API spits out. The name of these types of objects, to me, because it's being used to display data, are view models. But they are just most of the time POCOs that are meant for sending data from the server to the client or from the client to the server. Therefore, they're DTOs. So I'm just going to go with model because I don't know what else to do. These are going to be called user import template model. Why not? I don't want to spend too much brainage on it. We could argue that for the next 6 hours, but I do have to get this done. This one is going to be an method. Naming is hard. Always use Duca. If you ever get stuck naming a thing, just use Duca. Duca. So this is going to be called a Duca get. Duca get is all it is. And this is the user import template. Love it. Request. Model. Actionable thing. In fact, this is almost the same as an upsert template request. Except that this one does have these required fields, and they would not be required in this request. Okay. So this is get possible No. Just get user templates. That's it. It's just get user templates. Cancellation token. Why not just require the cancellation token? Because on the client side, I might not want to specify the cancellation token. But on the server side, since we're using the API, we will get one for free every time. So if the user navigates off the page, it'll cancel the request and everything will flow the way it's supposed to. Hello, Goku Jax. How have you been? No. Dang it. Oh, itchy. What are you coding? I am doing my job. So right now I am working on, right now I'm working on an implementation of a data import utility that we wrote over the past few weeks. And now I'm making the specific implementation that is for our specific use case. And this use case is to take files that are sent back to us from various labs as CSVs or Excel workbooks and turning them into records that we can work with. Since we don't know what it's going to look like when they send it to us. Represents a request to get a user import template. And the thing that we're going to get it by is the list, and this is going to be required. List, oh my gosh, list of imported record field descriptors. Oof. And we're going to give you, no. This is, oh man, there is going to be something where I'm going to want to get a specific template by ID. Isn't there? Yes. Yes, shout out to Dukasoft, who is gathering some footage for, he went out for a really long walk, over 5 miles, for those of us in the US. 9 kilometers, I think you said. 9? 9? 9? I can't find your message. But he also said it in terms of what you all would recognize as units of measurement. Get whatever template by ID and then pass the ID. True. True. That's what I will do. You're absolutely right. I don't need a model for the get by ID. Thank you for the reminder. No, not enough about you. We need to know everything there is to know about the Dukasoft. I haven't seen Captain Converse in a long time. Is he okay? Yeah, he's definitely okay. He was here on last Wednesday, maybe this past Monday. But he's been hanging about. Just been busy. The list of fields for the file, the templates. Template is for, okay, that's what this is. Absolutely. Glad to let you know. Okay, really that's the only thing that we're sending with this request. So do I even need an object for that? I don't think I do. what's wrong with you. You are internal by default. And check out that nice Clayman dev emote. Looking massive. You're so kind, Dickasoft. Thank you so much for that. A user import template. Man, template, yeah, with field mappings for a import. Yes. The end. Okay. Oh, this is going to be fun. Fun function. Only 1200-ish bits to get the 10K badge. What? Why would you do I get one of those for free or something? Where even if I didn't add a badge for 10K bits? That's a lot of bits, man. This is gonna have a GUID it's essentially going to give us this object back. But it's going to give us the GUID, the template name, the template description. And, oh, I guess this. And then the list of field mappings. I need to set max bits per month. It's getting a bit out of hand. I get it. All right. Thank you so much for being here, President Not Sure. Really appreciate the input that you've given, you and Dr. Cox. Again, it might sound like I get louder and more aggressive, and I apologize if it does, but I really am taking your advice and at least making notes. So that I can update it and stuff. Oh, man. Okay. Another bit. A bit gamey. Did he mention that he was going to start streaming again soon? It kind of sounded like he was on a indeterminate hiatus. You know what word I'm reaching for. A TBD hiatus. List of field mappings. Oh, cool. Awesome. Very cool to hear. So definitely follow Big Gamey. If anything, subscribe to him for those awesome emotes. I will be resubscribing soon enough. Actually, I'm going to resubscribe now. I want those amazing emotes. Done. Where are those emotes? Did it update already? Yes, it did. Yes, it did. I love him so much. And of course on YouTube, it's just a whole bunch of words. Okay. So there's my model. There is, or my request model at least. Here's the method stub. Gets the user import templates for a given set of fields and user. So the other thing that will get passed in, oh man, how am I going to pass that in? The one thing that's always plagued me is that I want to be able to have access to the user, but only on the server side. So one way that I have learned to do that is to get the HTTP context factory, create a new HTTP context, and extract the user thing from it. Do I want to do that here? Let me see if I can find an example of doing that. Probably RMA water. It's loading. That's right, you saw ArcGIS. I like how Duka's name is like almost exactly the same width as mine, so the emotes kind of line up. That's super cool. It's like we're playing tic-tac-toe. For my services, shared server services. Do I have a base service? You're not a service. You're a model. What are you doing in my services folder? iValidator. No, I do not get the HTTP context here. Yes, I do. HTTP context extensions. User manager. That's refresh sign in. Not this app. Anyway, doesn't matter. I'm gonna need some way to get the user ID on the server side only. I don't know a good way to do that without creating a model that has a user ID field. Yeah, we're just doing it. I want a folder here for request models, response models, this is kind of a request model. Oh man, but then I have to categorize them and I really don't know what to do for the ones that are both used in a request and a response model. Whatever, the name of the project is called models, so we'll leave it at that. Don't ask me what I was trying to do. F2. User import template request. Public. Trying to do this. For the import file. Okay, I'm doing the thing again where I'm getting quiet, but I'm not going to let that happen today. Oh no. No. This is required. And then public nullable string created by. So this is going to have the username, but it isn't going to be populated on the client side, or even if it is populated on the client side, it's going to get overwritten on the server side using the HTTP context and all of that fun stuff. Okay, so we will use this object in our interface as our request. And this is get user templates. Request. Oh my gosh, just give me my notes. He's being quiet again, and he just said he wasn't gonna. So obviously what I'm doing is writing the XML doc for this method by pushing tab a lot. So now we have the method stub. Let's create the method stubs in the server side and the client side. I'm going to do that by control dotting on the interface on the server side implementation, which creates the method stub for me. We're going to inherit doc since it's already been described in the interface. Leave it as throw new not implemented exception. And then on the client side, same deal, except we're going to go ahead and implement it now because I'm not going to be testing the client side stuff. Oh, and again, control dotting because lazy. Okay, so do I want to do this now? I think I want to create the HTTP post extensions. So HTTP extensions, and instead of recreating it, I haven't put this in a library yet, but I am planning on making a utility library for all of the stuff that I reuse throughout all of these applications, and then turning it into a NuGet package internally at least. But I'm going to try to find a version of these extensions, and these extensions are essentially doing this entire error checking process, and it's always going to return a response model of some type. So I will be able to abstract this away and then just do return HTTP client dot whatever, whichever one of these extensions. Where did it go? Hello? Hi. Welcome. Glad to see you there. This would be in the client project. So as you can see, I structure all of my projects pretty close to the same. Shared libraries that have all of the business logic stuff, a component library that has all of the UI stuff, and then the application itself that is pretty minimal. The main parts of the application are app settings and program.cs. I'm pulling out all of the account stuff. We're going to do that in a later stream once I'm done deploying this. I'm going to make this into a library as well, because every single one of the apps is going to use the same UI for the authentication, and then hopefully one day I will be able to have single sign-on for all of the applications once I figure out how to get that working. But here is the HTTP extensions. They exist. Inherit doc? I was gonna say, what documentation do you have to inherit from? Weirdo. Oh, jeez. I could have sworn that I actually wrote extensions for get, put, post, delete individually, but instead I wrote one extension method that is execute request, and then you provide the HTTP method, and it's going to be a get, put, post, delete. Interesting. Where did you get this idea from? I didn't cite anything, which typically if I got it from the interwebs, I would have given attribution. No, this is definitely not what I want to use. This is definitely not what I want to use. Where's request URL coming from? It's populating a method. Ugh, no. Yeah, where T response is an I response model. I mean, we can try this. I'll probably get rid of this method name because I don't want to change the API endpoint, but I need to see how it's being used. Standardized. Okay, T response, the type of response. HTTP client, the HTTP client to you. Whoa. A lot of snow just fell down into the window well, and it scared me. Cancellation token. So what do you think the method name is used for? Name of the method to call. And here you can see that I'm using it to construct the URL when this is the URL. So why am I doing that? That just seems like it's very specific to water management. Yeah, I don't think I want that for this app. We're getting rid of it. Oh. I'm manually creating the content. What am I even doing? Why am I not using the the HTTP extensions from Microsoft.ASP.NET Core? Okay. This is so weird. Short meeting, says President, not sure. Congratulations. That's a rarity. So I should be able to oh man, yeah. That's the other thing. I know that I've written a different version of this because I have a version of this that allows me to specify the error messages to use. We'll check RMA water again. Daily meeting right before a holiday, not much to be done, or I should say, not much that can get done. Back when other people used to work at this office, there were things that happened the week of holiday breaks because the idea was fewer people would be in the office to be disrupted if something should go wrong. And that ended up with working on the holidays sometimes. I don't recommend it. That's what I'm trying to say. Did you finish loading? Okay. Again, same structure, shared client. Nope, no oh, wait, no, HTTP context exceptions, or exceptions, extensions. Man, I don't know where I would have put this then. We have so many projects. I wonder if I could just search the repos. That's a lot of dude. What are you? Do I still need you open? I don't think so. I think I missed a window. Okay. Here you are. Oh, it would be awesome if I put it in my Blazor Component Library. If I already did abstract it out. HTTP context, or HTTP extensions. Only in water management. Well, poop. What else could it have been called? Yeah, this is going to be everywhere. HTTP helpers, maybe? It would have been called do put or do post. That's old. Get out of WebSphere conversion. Can I uncheck WebSphere conversion? HTTP client extensions. Found it. I have a question about creating an app. I don't mind you asking a question. Just know that I probably won't be spending too much time on the answer if you're okay with it not being super detailed. However, Fridays on our stream are community days where I spend the entire stream talking with you and answering questions in more detail, paying attention to only you. But we also have a lot of other people in this stream that are super smart and super helpful. So you won't just be asking me, you'll be asking the people in the stream, which is also a good resource, I hope, for you. It was called HTTP client extensions. But anyway, point is, ask your question. Would love to hear your question. Because I made you all response model bases, and I need you to be iResponse model. Good, perfect. And as every Twitch chat, we will surely give you the correct answer or our opinions, but you know, whatever. But please do. I hope I didn't discourage you from asking your question. Correcting quotes. If you don't feel like asking it here because of what I said, definitely feel free to ask it in our Discord as well. It's a pretty quiet Discord, but we do have a lot of, as I mentioned before, really cool people that are knowledgeable and just overall helpful, and they will not treat you like... They won't berate you for asking questions. Oh, you did ask. Perfect. Give me a second and I will read it out. Look at me, tab to win. Okay. So Mr. Wick, who is a first-time chatter, asks, I have no idea about how to create an app, but I need to create an app that used weather and soil moisture to notify farmers about the best times to water their plants, and I only need a prototype for a project. No need for it to work. Oh, no worries. I didn't mean to rush you either. So, sounds like a great project idea. For one, I hope you have fun with it. Do you have a language in mind, or are you open to receive recommendations for what language to use? I use the no-code web, so like Wix or other no-code, low-code solutions to create an app, but I don't know how to connect to an API. Okay, so that one I most likely won't be able to give you too much information on. I don't exactly know, Balint! I don't exactly know how to work with low code, no code solutions, out of the box solutions, but I can give you ideas on creating a, like, it sounds like you're looking for a front end. Exclamation point shoot. What was I going to type? I was going to type something. Oh, shout out. Science streams. If you guys don't know Balint, I'm sure you do. If you don't know Balint, check out his stream. Science streamer extraordinaire and Twitch partner. He is an advocate for all things learning. His streams are fantastic. They're amazing. Pretty high energy, entertaining, so welcoming, so awesome. Great person. You're quite welcome. Okay, so as far as connecting your app to an API, that has so many implications, so many questions that need to be answered, like where is your API hosted? Do you even have one yet? If you don't, I can recommend using .NET, of course, to create your API. But if you're going to do that, you may as well just use .NET to create the web app as well. So where is it hosted? Do you have a specific language you want to use? Are you open to other languages? Oh, you get 3 shots, by the way, Balint. I'd say that's like a 6-degree angle. It's something small. 90 is pretty strong. 90 would make it shoot all the way over here. Probably like here. I need an API for weather and one for soil moisture. That's all, and I don't know how to get them. Plus, I have no coding skills. Okay, there are existing APIs, I'm sure, for weather. I think you can get one through Google. Open Weather API, something like that. Open weather map, current weather data. So maybe take a look at something like this. I'm not endorsing one product over another, just so you know. But this is the first thing that came up on a web search. Open Media looks like another one. API web service from weather.gov. So maybe start with one of those in order to find out how to get weather. As far as being able to use something like Wix or Squarespace or some other no-code, low-code web application solution to connect to this, I'm sure they have documentation on that, but I would have to look it up with you. So again, if you're interested in me doing that with you, then Fridays would be a great day to go through that kind of thing. And of course, again, you have our Discord as a resource if you want to ask more detailed. I'm going to finish writing XML docs on these. Bye, Bardaki. I'll miss you. He's upped his waiting game. Have you noticed? Awesome. I don't know if we'll be able to create the app, but we can definitely look at samples of using one of these API services, weather API services. Again, I am very code oriented, so I will most likely want to use code if I'm going to show you how to create an an app that will give you the weather readings. In fact, if you create a brand new Blazor web app, you'll get code for it that will give you random values for the weather, and all it would take would be to figure out how to do a HTTP request to whatever weather app you're wanting to communicate with. Oh my gosh, I can't word. Jeez, this snow. If it sounds like there's a deer or something that jumps into the well and just smashes against the window. It's crazy. And I said deer specifically, some kind of animal. Okay. So yeah, create a brand new Blazor web app, let it keep all of the sample pages. One of them is a weather page, and we could go in and point the controller or the service or whatever you're going to call it, the API, to the external weather API, get information from it, display it. As far as soil moisture, do you have access to that data? Because wouldn't that be specific to each location? So I'm assuming that the farm or the plot of land that your users will want to be using this app for, they will have lysimeters or something that's going to tell you how much water has fallen on the soil, or some kind of sensors that say that report, here's what our soil moisture is. So you can get the temperature from one of those weather APIs, or if they have sensors and IoT devices that will report that, then you can get it from those devices too. You just need them to be stored somewhere that you have access to from the web or from the machine that is running the app. What I would recommend doing first, well, again, if I'm thinking from a code-based perspective, get the logic working without needing the actual temperature or the actual soil and soil moisture. You would abstract those away, and in whatever application you're creating, you would write the logic for, if I had temperature and soil moisture, then this is how I would analyze it in order to provide a recommendation as to whether or not to water or when to water. And then you can write those other pieces later. You need machine learning to analyze the temperature and soil moisture to suggest watering. That is absolutely possible. Crapteen says, I think you need to create better analysis of the app. What will be the output of the app? Where do you get the data? Yeah, so lots and lots of planning as far as pulling together the technologies that you're going to be using, the sources of the information that you're going to be using. If you start there, that'll give you a good plan of how to put it all together. So first find a whole bunch of pieces and then start putting puzzle pieces together. President Nusher is saying, if you have no coding skills, to be honest, you're going to have to develop those before you can use machine learning. So I don't know that for sure. I know that there are machine learning platforms, is that what I want to call it, that require little to no code. But it would help you tremendously if you want to do custom analysis of that type of data. Or you'd have to find one off the shelf that already does that. So yeah, there are two major things that you can do to help out here, which are find the resources for where you're going to get your data. Is it through sensors that are on site and they're giving you CSV files? Is it directly communicating with those sensors? Is it a database that you're getting the readings from? And then number 2 is try to find some things on the web for doing this kind of machine learning that you're looking for that is specific to analyzing moisture and the other thing, temperature. Because again, for me, I'm thinking Llama or something, ml.net, semantic kernel, one of those things. Yeah, exactly. Oh, for example, you can pay out of your nose for Azure AI stuff that I'm sure you could feed it whatever shape of data you want and then say, this is the type of output I want. But it won't be inexpensive. But if you're going to charge for your app and your customers are going to be covering that cost, then maybe it would be worth looking into. That is a low no-code solution for doing these kinds of machine learning analyses. Weather API on Azure. That also costs a lot of money. Okay, I have my extensions. Let's use this extension. I am getting nowhere today. Like we made a lot of progress on Wednesday. And then I started working on the testing stuff, and my desire for any of it and my energy levels just went pew, 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 pew. But we're going to keep going, and we're going to replace this stuff here, which is going to be a post, with my extension method, which is simply going to be return. Right now I'm going to do await, but we're going to get rid of the await and just return the task itself. HTTP client do post, which is coming from our extension methods. The request model that we're putting in is an upsert, and I don't think we actually need to specify the request model. We do because I want to specify the out model as well. So anyway, upsert something or other. What am I looking for? Upsert template request is what I'm looking for. And then the out model is a response model guild of GUID. The URL is going to be this one here. The request object itself, template request. Request type text. The type of request being made. No. What is request type text supposed to be? One line. I don't want the app to be working and can do all the math. I just want a prototype that can work without limited data, just a logic, no API. Yeah, so we can definitely look at that. The easiest thing to do for this part, the prototype part that you're talking about, is having just something that can generate random data for you, or even getting connecting to like one of those weather APIs that were mentioned, and then use real data from those. But as far as soil moisture data, that'd be something I'd have to look up. Otherwise, you could just fake it. So yes, prototype is definitely possible if you aren't trying to do everything all at once. Just, I have the math, give me some data, let me prove that my math works. All of the above. The way that I write my applications is the business logic itself goes in its own library, and that library can be used anywhere, whether it's a desktop app, a mobile app, a web app, whatever. And then the application itself is the thing that determines where is it going to be deployed. What is request type text supposed to be? I don't think I want this to be called request type text. I want this to be called something else. To be fair, I wouldn't choose C# for mobile app development. Totally okay, Crap Team. I would. I would and do. And have. Maui isn't out of the picture for me, specifically. Oh, that is awesome. I like that. I'm gonna call this message. Yeah, I'm gonna put a better description on this is what I'm gonna do. The type of request, the text to display for the type of request if there is an error. Yeah, so I'm also going to put a remark on here. Param ref parameter will be used in statement during an error. It is specific to the request action. BR. Good. Request type text. Okay, there was an error while trying to request type text. And we can see that happening here and up there. Okay. President Not Sure says, I use it and it works as far as C# for mobile, to each their own. Mr. Wick says, so if I can get an app only on my iPhone, no need to be in the app store that can read today's temperature and compare it to soil moisture, suggests like water for 3 hours from this time to this time. It will be great. Yeah, so if there's another consideration for you to make in this app that I don't know if you need to, because it sounds like you're talking about farms and other large plots of land. But in the city that I live in, we have an irrigation system, and they have hours that we are not allowed to water. So they have watering hours and watering days that are scheduled for the community. So just saying, that might be something that you might need to consider. Not in my country. Okay, cool. Okay, so everywhere that we have this request type text, Spaghetti asks, what happens when you deserialize into object? It just makes a dynamic object? I don't know. I don't know, man. That is not a consideration that I'm really making at the moment. It's probably something I should consider. I do appreciate you bringing it up, but it's really not too concerning because I will never be deserializing to an object using this in this particular library or application. So it's not really something I need to consider. Also, the deserialized 2, now that you say that, the deserialized 2 has to be an iResponse model. Now this is called deserialized object of tResponse model. So this is not deserializing to object or dynamic. Oh, hold on. Give me a second to fill in the rest of these, and then I'll look for it. 163. All right, I'll look at it. And again, I'm not super interested in looking for things that aren't really going to be a concern, because this is something that I'm trying to get done, even though I've spent a lot of time doing nothing. Okay, so I am deserializing to object here. Okay, so the thing that's happening here is there were certain situations when I was trying to serialize an object during a request, and this will be in the put and the post when I have a body to send with the request. And even though I told the API that I wanted to use Newtonsoft with the Newtonsoft JSON serializer options, it wouldn't honor my object handling option that I sent on it, which is to is it object handling, reference handling? I think it's object handling, where it pretty much lists the $type : and then the fully qualified type name. So instead, I am manually, at least in this version of it, I probably don't need to do that anymore since there have been improvements, but the HTTP client put as JSON async will almost always use system.text.json, if not always. And that doesn't handle type names. So what I'm doing here is I'm serializing the object with the type names, and then deserializing it as object because I don't actually have a type of that thing that has the $type parameter, blah, 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 blah. And then when it gets read on the server is using MVC with the add controllers, add MVC, at Newtonsoft, sorry, with the deserializer settings to use type name handling. Type name handling is what it's called. And so that makes it easier if I am doing an abstract class and I'm sending a concrete class, and then the property is an abstract class. Yeah. Okay, so there is a reason for it. Thank you for asking. All right, President Not Sure, enjoy the rest of your time. I will be stopping in 9 minutes. My current raid target is Sedalix, unless anyone has anyone else that they would prefer to raid. But again, 9 minutes from now, so I'm going to try to, at minimum, finish the client logic for this new method that I'm trying to write, and then I'm going to try to write some tests for the method before writing the method itself, aka test-driven development. Which is going to suck because there's still a lot of database stuff that it's going to be dependent on. Okay. So all of my extension methods are updated. What are your suggestions? Move static to another type. Should take a cancellation token as the last parameter. Interesting. Okay. Why not? Let's do it. Any more suggestions? No. I like files that don't have any gutter indicators for warnings or suggestions or stuff like that. Oh no, it was from Visual Studio, sorry. It was telling me that the cancellation token should be the last parameter. Okay, so template, and now I know that this is going to be this text, upserting the field mapping template. And the logger function. And the reason I didn't do that is because I rarely have a logger method that I'm going to use for logging errors. But this would be essentially, actually, no, wait, I do in this case. No, I don't. Because this is the client side, so I don't really care about using a logger. I only use the logger factory on the server side. But an example of what I would put in that method would be if I had a logger factory underscore logger factory dot create logger of type lab data client service. So this is what I mean by what method should I use for my logger. Cancellation token, cancellation token. Okay, and with that, this is essentially how easy all of my client-side API calls are going to be. Because again, this wraps everything in a try-catch, and it sets up the response model of the target type that I'm looking for. I do want to make sure that I didn't break it. So since we're not calling user template, let's go ahead and run. I don't understand factories. I'm a simple man. I use middleware everywhere. I don't know that I would understand the difference. Or I don't think that I would have drawn the correlation of those two being two different approaches to doing it. Spaghetti says, all I know is everywhere you want to inject a logger, you instead have to inject a logger factory. You don't have to. It's just, it would take less resources if you injected the logger factory because you don't always use the logger every time. Same thing with DB context. You use a DB context factory because you don't use the DB context every time you call a method in that class. I have no idea why you opened over there. Open over here. Okay, so here is our stuff. I'm going to upload a file, hit save, and we got errors. No. Interesting. That didn't actually hit my API endpoint. That's very interesting. Let's go to the server endpoint. I think it went straight to the server and did not go through here when I did that just now. It hasn't done that yet, which is crazy. Which means that I do, oh man, I do need to use my HTTP context approach that I wanted to use before. So I'm going to pull in those extensions as well, but I am running out of time. So I have these helpers. On my server-side services. And I need to find an example of one. Wait, why are you searching? Oh, wow. Chain of custody probably has it. Let's do chain of custody. Yes. Maybe. Not chain of custody. Not really, but ask anyway. I can't do that. I can't guarantee that, man. I can make no promises. Here, context assessor. This thing. HTTP context accessor. So I wrote a base class for all of my services that is called base authenticated service. This is exactly what I want. Copy you. I will make no guarantees, Thindle. I appreciate the sentiment, but I cannot guarantee. I cannot guarantee that I'll do my best either. The base authenticated service. Sure, we'll take that for now. You need to have a comment on you because... Wait, where are we getting a... Oh, that's HTTP context, not client. So again, this could be unusable if my connections were ever made using something like a taco or a piece of bacon. What am I trying to say? If it was using a WebSocket, I wouldn't be able to use this because there is no HTTP context in that sense. I don't think. At least I try not to think. We're not going to do validate user. I'm going to keep it in here for now because I am running out of time. But yes, take care, Tyndall. See you the next time you stream. Great stream today. Fantastic times over on Tyndall's stream. One more shout out for Tyndall. Thindale. No, and there is actually someone called Thindale. Typo, man. Typo. All right, then. See you tomorrow, probably. Oh, there's a shout out from Dukabot, at least. Feels bad, man. Okay, my lab data server service. This is how we use. Can I convert you to a regular constructor? You can't change it back to a regular constructor after you do a... Yeah, okay. Crash and burn. Oh my gosh. Convert primary to regular constructor code refactoring provider encountered an error and has been disabled. Okay. It's okay. I forgive you. Okay. Base authenticated service. So this is how these are used. Oh man. If I do this, that's going to complicate my testing as well. I'm going to have to mock the base authenticated service, which is fine because it's an abstract class, and therefore when I provide one, it can just be mocked. It's fine. Everything's fine. HTTP context accessor, HTTP context accessor, base, HTTP context accessor, and nobody. Actually, yes body, because we need this. And this. I don't know why it's suggesting to create these fields without the underscore prefix. I know I told it to use underscore prefix. Almost there. Thank you, Dukasoft. You're the best. You are amazing. Looking forward to your next stream. So very looking forward to it. No pressure. So you still can do a primary constructor even if you are telling it to do base HTTP context. I wonder what that looks like. And will you take my comments with it? You will. Interesting. That is so interesting. Is the underscore the convention? Yeah, so in .NET, in C# specifically, private fields are underscore camel case. But Visual Studio never suggests it, but I told Visual Studio that my private or internal fields should be underscore camel case. And underscore camel case says prefix with underscore, capitalization is camel case. Here's an example. So I don't know why it's not honoring my my editor settings. Okay. I now have a HTTP context accessor, which means that I will also have a user because of this base class, because I will have a HTTP context. And so I don't ever have to provide created by anymore. So let's fix that. Let's fix this. I'll have some errors to clean up. Not there. Dang it, where am I? I'm trying to go and get this done. You. Not you. The endpoint. I'm looking for the endpoint. You. No more created by. Okay, so if user, I still do want this. If user context is null, then we're still going to send back unauthorized. This should never ever be the case because I have the authorized attribute on this API endpoint, and they must be an authorized user. That means they have authenticated, and they must be in a role called shared data import. So that will be a thing. I have the same issue since the update, and there was another update this morning too. for me, or it was last night actually, but yeah. Okay, so here, I'm done with you. There is no created by anymore. Instead, oh man, that is non-nullable. Template to use does not match. That's because template to use is not null by this point, so it should match. That's why. Okay, and you are going to be user dot identity, which we know is not going to be null by this point, dot name, which we know is not going to be null. Oh man. That's annoying. Okay, so now let's try this one more time. When this works, then on the string. Because it's going to work now, why do astronauts use Linux? Because they can't open windows in space. Yeah, you have to commit the git ignore first. Why are basketball players messy eaters? Because they are always dribbling. Okay, I have no idea what that first error is. And I keep doing that. We need to go to this page first. Stop erroring. Stop it. Stop it. Okay, there's our file. Here's our save action. And we go back since I don't have anywhere else to look, and there is an error. What error though? I don't think there was an error. Let's make a change. Gonna make a change. And you, and say was here again another time. We're gonna try it and try again. Come on. Oh, wow. It's just getting worse and worse. Like a hot dog, but not. Okay, save, query the database. Yeah, so my guess is we're not seeing any, no, we should be seeing output though. But we might not be seeing any output because I don't know. I'm gonna have to debug it. Was Dukasoft here again? Dukasoft was here again, but it didn't get updated. And it kind of feels like the application is locked up. So I'm going to need to debug this. Man. I think I was just trying to do too much too fast. Okay, so anyway, we're gonna call that the end of the stream. Dukasoft was always here. Always. always was. So I'm lurking on a few people's streams. One of them is Irish John Games. Another one is the person that we're going to raid, which is Sedlix. But because we're raiding Sedlix, we'll do a shout out for IJG, who's a fantastic streamer. Amazing times. We raided him on Monday. Had a great time over on his stream, hung out. He's doing a fundraiser on Thursday, the 5th of December at 10 p.m. GMT, which is what? An hour from now? On next week, Thursday. So be sure to check that out. But we're going to head over to Sedlix, who is Valent. What is that? Ugh. So Valent did a Gigantify emote. Don't weenus me. It's Kane Lawful. It's disgusting. It's Santa looking a foot. It's terrible. Anyway. Yeah, almost as good as Clayman's twerking. But anyway, we're going to raid out to Sedlix, who I'm not exactly sure what he's working on, but he works on so many cool things. We're just going to enjoy our time over on his stream. He's such a laid-back, cool guy. Always welcoming, always enjoyable. So I'll set up the raid. His stream is marked as intended for mature audiences, so if you aren't a mature audience or you just don't feel like being exposed to that type of content, then you don't have to raid with us. But I do recommend raiding with us because he doesn't like do things on purpose that are, you know, just bad. He just has the room to be able to use language if he feels like it, or have whatever happens. Okay, but anyway, that's it for me. Definitely feel free to check out any of our previous VODs on my YouTubes, and feel free to join the Discord if you aren't a part of too many, or you just feel like having a place that is pretty quiet that you can hang out with and ask questions every now and then, or all the time, doesn't matter. You'll get answers, hopefully. And what else? Is that it? Dickosoff, you got me covered. You got me covered. All right, I'll be back again maybe on Friday for Community Day. I kind of feel like I locked myself into that with our new viewer, new messenger. So most likely we'll have a stream on Friday, 10:30 a.m. Mountain Daylight Time, UTC -7. This is what time it is for me now. All right, ciao.